so it's going pretty good.
Aren't we all dying every day, though? A little bit. Coming to the conclusion of our... So, you're not wrong.
I was convinced, though. But I was proven wrong.
Well, Executioner, I would argue that that's not necessarily true. I think you can push the line forward or backward depending on your day, right? Like you could do some decisions in your day to prolong your life too. So you can go both ways.
Also, cancer isn't actually fully understood as well. Just to be clear, cancer is not actually fully understood.
So are you telling me that as long as every day occurs, that if I can push the line forward every day, that I'll eventually not die?
I mean, dude, Noah and Enoch, lots of people lived for hundreds of years.
By the way, Noah, Enoch, both dead.
Why do you say
that? I didn't mean for that to be a fun. I mean, it's just, I'm just, a spade is a spade, right? Even Jesus, died, right?
Why are humans so arrogant to think they know everything from the past? Like, I don't understand that. We only know what we were told from what, 2 generations ago, maybe?
One of the preachers I listen. One of the preachers I listen to actually has an explanation. He actually has an explanation about people from the past lived a lot longer, and it's basically from genetic dilution. So the further diluted the human race gets, the shorter they live compared to the beginning of time. An older man is, the more like pure their genetics were. So as
you can look at timelines of men and how like feminine we're becoming. More and more look weaker, smaller, just like not even manly at all. Look at how dudes used to be like a couple generations ago.
Speak for yourself, Java. Speak for yourself.
Dude, I'll put you up against, as manly as you may be and tough as you may be, put you up against like a dude from the 1700s and he'll whoop your ass. Whoop you. I mean, like, dude, like, look at, I mean, okay, so this is a conspiracy. Obviously, you look at Neanderthal or whatever you want to call it, because I don't believe it all to be what they tell you it is. Those are humans as well. They have thicker bone density. They have larger skulls. They actually had more, bigger brains than us. Like, dude, yeah, I don't know, man. We can go down that rabbit hole too.
That's right.
Mango saying.
That's right, Java. We're all gonna make it.
Mango saying he's part Neanderthal kind of explains why the bottle broke, I suppose.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, tough skin as well too. Tough skin. Only a small little cut.
Yeah, I mean,
life's a crazy thing, man.
And did somebody from the 1700s have more or less to live for than somebody in the modern era? Probably.
Oh, yeah.
Probably
well, they had
not.
less to live.
How do you know?
Wait. What does that mean?
How do you know? Like, all it takes is I don't know, children or a love. Probably the one thing that gives somebody a reason to live is love.
It's like perspective.
Yeah. And everybody has the capacity.
Yeah, the conversations we have on the internet are pretty worthwhile, I have to say.
That's why I think that garnering the availability to find happiness in your life on a day-to-day like analysis of whether you consider yourself happy is probably the most important fucking thing that you can try to find in your whole entire life.
I don't think so, man. Happiness is so fleeting, and if you try to pursue it, it's like trying to grab like quicksand or something. It just slips right out of you.
It's fleeting? You say it's fleeting?
It can be. It can be. It depends on how superficial that your mentality is and how shallow you are as a person.
Yeah, dude, 100%.
Yes. You don't appreciate things. Yes, it will be very fleeting.
100.
You know what gives me happiness is just learning one new thing a day. That brings me happiness.
Fuck the learning
And
thing.
it can be something smart, or it can be something small and like insignificant. But if it's something new, I'm happy. I think knowledge and enlightenment are what make me happy. So
I like what I really love is a new scent of a flower in the season and a brand new buffalo wing place who just, who has it spot on. So flowers, buffalo wings. That's what I like.
I like the feeling that you get when you create something from nothing. Whether you were to enjoy whatever it is that you created, or whether it was to create something for somebody else from nothing, the even though a lot of hard work, a lot of initiative, a lot of things go into the creation of whatever it was that you made, the satisfaction of being able to do such things is incredibly rewarding. Very rewarding to build skills and have the availability of knowing that you can do these things. Whether you were to build it and walk away from it, and as you walk away from it, you see it for all of its glory, and then you hop in your vehicle and never see it again, you still know that it was because of you that it is actual creation in the first place for people to enjoy.
The psychology behind that is the reason why a lot of tradesmen and a lot of electricians and plumbers and people like that don't, they might not be getting paid the best compared to other, some other trades or some other stuff, but that's one reason why a lot of them are happy or enjoy their jobs, is because they get that satisfaction of building something and, completing it and making something from nothing, like you were saying.
Yeah.
So along these lines of what we're talking about, let's go down the room and talk about how we want to make the world a better place and what we want to do. Because I think everybody in this space, in this ecosystem, is going to be really wealthy at some point, unless you like fud yourself out and whatever, fuck yourself over. But I don't think anybody's been hanging out in this room for any length of time and it's going to do that. So like, Impulsive, you're at the top of my list on my Telegram. So like, why don't we start with you? What's a pet project or something you want to contribute to the world if you could make a better place?
I mean, something that my dream is to work. I enjoy the fishing industry down here in San Diego, so that's one thing. Something I want to do is be able to move down there. Which, living by the beach and everything else is not cheap, but yeah, it's something I'd like to be able to go do something in that industry, because yeah, there's a lot of good stuff, a lot of good things going on. Which, having my own boat and being able to run it would be that's something I would like to do. But yeah, it's not cheap.
So like
It does take money.
big fish tours, take people out and catch big fish, like sailfish and shit.
Yeah, just all kinds of stuff like that. But I mean, it's something, to give back, and a way to give back doing that, which something that I've always enjoyed watching, is a lot of the guys and a lot of my friends that are out here, they'll go out and they do certain charters throughout the year that are for veterans or for, disabled people or whatever the case is, where they just bring different groups of guys that, if they have to special accommodate them and make it so they could bring a wheelchair on board or whatever they could do. But that's something I've always enjoyed watching, is they bring different groups of guys, and just seeing how it makes their day and how excited they get to bring them out there and get to participate, get to do something like that. But yeah, something I enjoy doing and something I would like to do.
I like that a lot, man. It actually ties into like what I want to do too. But I'm not gonna skip. So Hexecutioner, you're next.
I think mine's pretty simple and pretty obvious. My intent and purpose with the people that I come face to face with in my real life, I like to take anybody who has an I can't mentality, and I love to watch what they do when they flourish, when they change to an I can mentality. It might be a fight, but everybody has more potential than they realize. And I love bringing that out in people. And you can do that with everyone. So that's what my main purpose is to do.
Yeah, you got like a great speaking voice. You would be good for like radio uh, or something like that and teaching people. I actually tagged you in something on Twitter. Mario's looking for a new partner, and I
All
tagged
that.
you.
I saw that. Mr. Mario Nafal.
Yeah. How about you, Mango?
I would I would want more people to appreciate their neighbors, appreciate their neighborhoods, learn how to grow their own food and work with each other, and reject modernity, reject technology, and really live life and appreciate what this planet actually has to offer, as opposed to what man and their magic has to offer, which is nothing.
So like inner city homesteading, that kind of thing, vertical gardens, that kind of thing.
All of it, yeah. And especially dealing with that too, yeah. Dealing with architecture, like go back to the roots of like stone building and mortar, brick and mortar, cob building, architecture, stuff like that. Be more utilitarian as opposed to staring at a screen and technology like we're doing right now. Staring at a screen, talking to a
Consu-
computer.
Consumerism, yeah, dude. Materialism, those are
Consumerism.
two big negatives. I agree. I'm fourth on my Telegram, so I'll just say I want to do something for quadriplegics in particular, not just any wheelchair bound person, but like the quads. They have limited hand. They don't have figure dexterity typically, and my dad was one, so that's kind of like my thing. I just want to help them any way I can because I know they're stuck on like state aid. Usually can't have more than $2,000 in their bank account. So if I could find a means to like use crypto to help them get a leg up, so to speak, no pun intended, I think I'd like to do that for as many people as I could.
Was your dad in an accident or what happened?
Yeah, this is a car accident when I was a kid.
Uh, uh, uh.
How about you and
You
you
have to
too?
feel. He's a truck driver, so he might not be able to speak right
You
now.
can't talk. How about Kismet? You're still up? How about Anthony?
Yo, some of these yo, you guys better start speaking.
Steph? How about Steph? McSlammin. Never seen you before, but if you'd like to tell us what you want to do to better the world.
I've been getting more into gardening ever since COVID hit, which is fucking awesome in my opinion. I'd like to do something along that line. Also, learn piano. That's a big goal of mine as well.
Yeah,
Fuck
dude.
yeah.
I love the piano. How about you, Siggy? You talk? I don't even know if you talk.
He talks.
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, you're
That's admirable, man. I like it. How about Mr. Crypto? All right. How about Jurgen? Jurgen Weber.
Jörgen?
Everybody's cat has their tongues. How about Adam? How about Mr. Petrov? You got anything?
Yo, Vladislav has been here the entire night. Yo, you know what? Yo, you know I work third shift. Java. Vladislav has been in this room the entire night for maybe like there's been like maybe 2 or 3 different 15-minute spans where Vlad has not been in this room. Vlad, Petrov,
So
Vladislav.
Vlad is Richard Hart's alt. Okay, I'll mark that down.
Yeah.
How about Gigi? Gigi, you just got in here, but you made it above DJ. You got anything that you would contribute to the world if you get a bunch of wealth?
Just got in, but nothing much.
Oh, you're useless. Useless
Yeah,
to the world. Oh, Jesus Christ.
consumer. DJ, I know you probably got something. What do you got?
So, is the question what I would do with my wealth if I made lots of money through crypto?
Yeah, like to contribute to the world in a better way. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think I've talked about this in here before. I'm really interested in teaming up with people who want to make a difference to the planet in terms of first of all environmental, and I've voiced in here before that I think we've got a group of people who are very conscious and who might have, you know, wealth to the point that it can actually make a change. Because the problem in this day and age is on a living wage, or even if you're rich, you can't really make any changes. But I do believe that this community is heading towards having a group of people that can actually make changes. So yeah, I've voiced that. I've voiced that in the chat before, and I've got, you know, some ideas and like visionary plans that I've shared here before. I mean, one of them is I mean, originally it started off as a vision to build a world hub for dance and culture based around dance and dance music, where the world could come and, you know, sort of party together. But that's sort of grown now, and I thought, wouldn't it be good if the Hex community had like a world hub, which is an exhibition center, a place to come, a place to sort of grow business, creative hub, a place. And I think I talked to, I can see Hexecutioner lurking in the shadows. I've only just joined, so I'm not sure how the chat has been progressing. But the idea was to bring a group of conscious people together, led by, you know, someone like Hexecutioner, who's got, I think he's got the depth to, you know, lead us to greatness, as it were, and help us maybe even compound. You know, stage one might not even be putting our wealth to use. It might actually be compounding the wealth that we've got and making sure that it's set up as a kind of trust fund for future generations. So the idea of the hub would be a place of like business innovation, creative innovation, and the angle would be to you know, create businesses that actually do make a change in the world on a, you know, on a level which will counterbalance all the, what I call the greed and the negativity that's going on in the world today, where we're burning all the world's resources, you know, and we're burning all the world's, well, precious resources, and it would be a way towards kind of more sustainable planet. So yeah, that's kind of where I'd love to be, and one of the reasons I hang around in chat so much, because I think it's about connections and making connections with people who are like-minded.
I like it.
Yeah, and it never hurts to reiterate once in a while either. I know you've probably said some of the stuff in the past, but that's all right.
Well, of course, we have new people and new blood coming in all the time. And I think it is good to voice these things because, people come in here, looking for advice and looking for what I call, short-term wealth hops. If they think everything's going to pump, we see a lot of people come through, but I feel that there are a group of people that sort of return here regularly that are like-minded. And maybe we'll inspire people on the way, who maybe hadn't even thought that this was a place to sort of gather forces, to see that this is probably the most conscious and forward-looking community. And I talk about the Icosa community, not the greater Hex community, because I find that there's a lot of bickering and rubbish goes on in the general Hex community. But here it seems to be very, very focused, very mature. To get around the concept of Icosa and Hedron and understand the ecosystem, you've got to be pretty sharp. You need time to understand exactly what's going on here. So it does seem to attract a sort of slightly more mature group of investors.
Agreed.
So my vision was originally, it was called the Dance Museum, but it could be like it could have Hedron, it could have Icosa in the title. The idea of the Dance Museum is dance is something that brings people together. And it's kind of political neutral, it's religious neutral, it sort of transcends cultural boundaries, it transcends religious boundaries and political boundaries. People come together to dance and enjoy themselves. But of course, there'd be like a more serious level to the, to the venue. And of course, we're always looking, as Hexicans, we're always looking for somewhere to sort of meet. And wouldn't it be great if we had our own kind of purpose-built sort of conference stroke, super club stroke, exhibition kind of center?
That would be nice. That would be nice.
I mean, the wealth
Soon
of the
enough.
community, it's not beyond the boundaries of, especially when Pulse Chain launches, the sort of projected funds that I think people are going to have at their disposal. It would be really, really good to have some kind of real positive focus to it. So yeah, watch this space as time goes by. It'll be very interesting to see if anyone else is interested in building a real building. But I think Hexecutioner has got experience in the building, sort of building large buildings and designing large buildings for industry and government. So I think we've got the talent amongst us already in the community.
I think so too. I think that we have like a lot of well-rounded people that if we were to gather in some sort of way and take what we know and try to make something of it, that it would be pretty easily capable of being able to do. I mean, people who know the paperwork that needs to be involved, people that know the physical aspects of what needs to actually be done to get shit accomplished. And probably every community in some sort of way probably has the availability of being able to do that. I just think that this community probably has the higher success rate of being able to push away those who bring up bullshit that doesn't concern or matter to us, which is, it makes it easier to stay clean or pure in your direction that you want to go instead of being distracted all the time. And it's so easy to be distracted. Most people want to be distracted, unfortunately.
Yeah, and Hexicans, a lot of us are just workers. You know, we worked to learn this ecosystem. We worked our lives away to earn enough money to try and get free. So, yeah, I think Hexicans are probably a good sample at middle America, middle world, I guess, not just America. That has a lot of different skill sets. So, I agree.
I'd like to amend my response. By the way, I don't think I understood the question when it came around to me. Um, although I would love to learn how to play piano, and I completely expect the first 6 to 8 months of some sort of realization of sudden wealth syndrome, fingers crossed, to be entirely greedy and self-serving. Once they get past that phase, I do intend to focus most of my time on like animal rescue and funding certain, I guess, nonprofits or organizations that take care of sick animals, abused animals, things like that.
Or create
That's
your own,
cool.
create your own
Yeah.
nonprofit. Create your own nonprofit where you know where that money's going, so you can be the most effective. As opposed to, I get what you're saying. As opposed to, because I donate to a lot of shit, and unfortunately, I know that a lot of the shit that I donate to isn't going to do a lick of good. Not at all.
Yeah, totally agree and understand that most donations are completely used inefficiently. And I have family in Europe that relocate dogs from Cyprus and Greece. So I like there's already kind of like some sort of background there that I can build on. But yeah, there's a lot of good that could be done in this area. So that's where my focus will be turned.
Do you just I'm saying this politely. Do you feel that the animal's life is like do you think it's like more
Equivalent, I would say. Not more,
okay?
not less to a human life, but the same. You know, I've had dogs for and cats for my entire life, and a lot of them I respect a lot more than any human I've met. So
Okay,
yeah,
yeah.
on the same level, no less, no more.
I hear you. That was the question I was trying to ask.
It's funny you asked this. When I was in high school, my father, who's like a deacon, you know, really religious, once told me that an animal doesn't have feelings. You know, can't understand. They don't know. It's just innate behavior. The shit drove me crazy. So, but no, I don't agree with that at all. Um, I think that when we're reincarnated eventually, there's, and I've heard people disagree with this, that we can, we may come back as a living being other than a human. So that's just my opinion. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you definitely. Yeah, there is
I
no
think
there shouldn't really be any kind of doubt to whether or not an animal has feelings or not.
I think it'd be cool to come back as a sea otter because they seem to have a lot of fun.
Hell yeah. River otters too. River otters as well.
Oh
Well,
yeah, any otter, really.
how about a honey badger? Because they don't give a fuck.
That's what you were
Yeah.
last time around.
I would probably agree. Like I'm an odd duck, right? Like I am in no way following the masses. In no fucking way. I don't give two shits about it. But the one thing that I do care is when I see that people are being manipulated in any way, shape, or form, and I will be the first person to step in the way and be like, no, absolutely not. Like you can't speak in definitive terms in your realm of I guess and maybes. You can't. Don't influence people. It's not good to do. Let people make their own decisions, whether they're right or wrong. Who gives a fuck? It doesn't matter to you. It's not good to do.
I bet your last two animals, you were a duck-billed platypus and then you were a honey badger.
Probably. I probably didn't live very long either.
Not as the platypus, but I imagine you put up a fight as the honey badger.
Yeah, because I probably saw some situation, because I like to root for the underdog. I do. I like to root for the underdog, but not all the time. I find a lot of satisfaction and entertainment in a selfish way. Like I may root for the underdog just because it's going to provide me with more happiness to see the underdog actually win. Kind of like Hex. And I love animals too. I don't really like people. I don't think a lot of us really like people.
Yeah. That's a true statement.
My my fiance constantly gets on my nerves because we bought a house like 7 years ago, and ever since we've moved in, and I don't know, I guess I've always been like this. Every time the neighbors come out to try to engage us in any reason, I'm out. I'm like hiding in the garage, pulling the car in, closing the door, whatever it takes to avoid neighbors. I don't want to have anything to do with it. I'm just not a people person, I guess. So maybe that's why
Yeah,
I prefer animals.
you should make an attempt though. You should make an attempt to at least try to at least see who they are. That's always very healthy too. At least see who a person is, even if it's at first glance, and then you can make a decision from there. That's the healthier thing. I'm a social person, but I also love being by myself. So it's like, but when I meet people, it's easy to judge people, which is natural. Like you can judge someone for yourself, but taking that first step to see who that person is pretty important, I will say.
Yeah, even I would have to say, like, even though I just admittedly said that I'm not a big fan of people, maybe the collective understanding of how people like mentally make their choices is more or less what I don't like. But I seem to be able to make friends with people even at the grocery store, right? Or no matter where I go, like people just like to talk to me for some fucking weird reason. And I noticed this too, like even in my professional career, that like even I have a boss, right? Like, and the weird thing is wherever I was at in these hospitals or these military facilities or wherever it was, that even though it was like understood that the boss is over here, and if you want to get answers for certain things, that you'd probably go to that guy. But what I would notice is a lot of people, they didn't want to go to that guy because that guy was not going to be as honest or be as efficient in being able to get whatever was needed to be said done and get the fuck out of there and then start continuing to move forward again. They would just come talk to me instead. And then I would have to be the one that that has to make that choice. Do I accept the responsibility of the answers in which may come to fruition? Meaning I either tell them the truth or I bullshit them. And there's one of those options that I'm not going to do, period. And I'm not going to bullshit you, right? If I don't know the answer, I'm not even going to participate. I'll just tell you to move the fuck on because I'm too busy. And I think that garnered like this open availability for people to want to come and talk, even though I would rather you just left me the fuck alone anyway. But because of who I am not going to bullshit you. So now I have this open availability that, yeah, you can come talk to me, but I'm not going to like it, right? Because I'm fucking busy. I'm doing stuff here. But I will, even though I'm very busy, I will stop and I will take consideration of whatever you have to say. And I'll do my best to try to get you what you need. Maybe not what you want, but get you what you need to be able to progress forward. And like I said, if it wasn't a situation where it's like, dude, I'm clearly not the person that's going to accept responsibility on that thing and then push it off onto the guy above me. But I think that's probably the reason why I ended up being the boss eventually in everywhere that I've ever went, because of just being that simple and still having the availability to not like how people are. And people are fucking gross. Like, people are disgusting in my point of view. Most people are. And I probably get a wider point of view because of my exposure to the criminal justice system and being able to like absorb a lot of shit that I would rather not, to see how disgusting people are, especially the younger generation. So yeah, I think that I think when people say that they don't like people, that they can't really articulate the reasons why. They just know that they don't. And there's probably like 1,000 really good reasons, the reasons why you feel that way. And one of those reasons is the reasons why when you walk into your house, the first thing you do after you shut the door is lock it behind you.
How did you know? I do that constantly. Yeah. And I guess I'm being hyperbolic when I say I run for the door when I get home, but in my mind I do. I really have no patience for fucking bullshit anymore. That's what it comes down to. Too many people are brainwashed and, uh, say they're doing things for one reason or another that, they think is altruistic, but essentially just is not in their best interest for one reason or another. And I just don't have the patience for it. I don't want new friends. I got plenty of them. You know, I'm happy. Give me two dogs over a neighbor any day of the week. So
Oh yeah.
I've got, my old lady has these neighbors that the father and the son live in two separate houses, but live right next to each other. And they call the cops on each other all the time. And it's just so funny. It's like, y'all are father and son and you live next to each other. You could just like communicate and handle these situations like normal people. But for some reason, they want a medium in between. So they call the cops on each other all the fucking time. To this extent, this is how stupid that it gets. So everybody, I can't say everybody, but I'm sure the majority, and you guys could probably agree, that when winter happens, that your tires deflate because obviously the cold is causing for the air molecules to constrict towards each other, and then therefore less air pressure. So the old man, it got cold recently. The tires on his vehicle all of a sudden are kind of deflated. They weren't completely deflated, just kind of deflated. So he called the cops on his son, saying that he was 100% sure that his son was coming over and deflating his tires. To that extent, I said, well, shit, my tires just recently did that too. Should I call the cops on his son too? Because it sounds like it's a thing that's happening. And that's the mentality that most people would fall down. Oh, he's the one. It wasn't because of all these natural things that happened. The old man was right. His son's going around town and deflating everybody's cars as soon as it got cold out. Wow.
I suppose it comes down to people's accountability and how much are people willing to individually take responsibility for their lot in life.
much of that going on. It's easier to point the finger and be like, no, it isn't because I had done something, it's because they'd done something. Which is like the same thing that I do to my old lady when she's like, you make me mad. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure that you just did that. Like, I didn't tell you to be mad at me. Like, you just decided that this is now the time that you want to be mad. And so you did that, not me. I know I might have done it. But
We are 100% responsible for our own emotions. You know, it's like, what was Jesus doing when we nailed him on the cross? Supposedly, right? Like, he was loving people, right? Like, he had control over that, and he exercised that and proved it.
Oh yeah.
Was he though?
I mean, who really knows? But I believe that if he was as great as everyone said he was, then sure. I've seen people like that in my life, and even been kind of that person in my own life at times where I'm turning the other cheek, and no matter, you know, like basically kill him with kindness, right? It's like an internal struggle, and an external struggle of good versus evil, and I think everyone has, everyone has both inside of them, and it just depends on what are you feeding and what are you nurturing, moment to moment.
I knew that my death was going to be the cause of a group of people that were manipulated to believe one thing, whether it was truthful or not. Would I have it within me to blame them for being manipulated in the first place, as they are infallible humans? I probably could not blame them, because it wasn't their decision to be made in the first place because of their infallibility as humans. They chose to believe that. Yes, they did. But what was the cause that belief even was brought to existence in the first place?
Exactly, and that can help us be more, less emotionally engaged and needing to change people, and more accepting of basically an understanding of how people arrived at whatever thing they think is truth. And yeah, I think that kind of thinking helps deal with retarded people.
I agree.
I came here to finger paint and fuck, and I'm all out of poop, so.
Ziggy's got that on recording, executioner.
I love that.
I've never heard that before. That was fucking ridiculously funny.
I think I have a pictured meme that says that from years and years ago, and I've loved it ever since. I thought it was hilarious.
I'm with you as far as, I don't really like most people, normies. It's more like I love people, but I don't like the narrative that people tend to be controlled by, that tends to, create certain types of conversations, and thought forms that are common.
Okay, so yesterday, decided to go to the mall to do some Christmas shopping with the woman, and we're walking through the mall, and you know how malls have people who walk, like older people that just go there and they don't really shop, they just kind of walk around. All they really
the
do
mall walkers, early morning.
So in the mall hallways in between are like 40 foot wide, right? And I'm sure that you guys know that, like, there's not a whole lot of people that are at malls these days. And a lot of the stores inside those malls are shutting down and all those types of things. So there's just not a whole lot of people in there. Actually, there's probably more mall walkers these days than people are actually shopping. So to cut the story down just a little bit, this is actually going to fall into me saying that my old lady is one of these people that I don't like, and it has nothing to do with the mall walkers, right? But because my old lady is extremely judgmental, extremely. And so we're walking along, and this elderly woman who is just trucking it like super fast. I kind of notice out of the peripheral of my eyes to the left side, it makes me look back, and I see this lady coming, and she is just going at the back of like straight at my old lady, right? And I'm in my head, I'm going, oh shit, like this woman, this mall walker lady has no fucking idea what she's about to get herself into. Like I see this coming from literally a mile away. And when she gets right up, like literally right up behind my woman, and I kind of like grab my mall lady's hoodie and like kind of pull her over towards me a little bit, just without saying anything, just trying to be courteous of the people that are there, even though that this woman in this 40-foot fucking hallway could have went somewhere else instead of being this person that just walks right up behind her. And she hasn't said anything yet. I didn't give her the opportunity to pretend like my woman was in her fucking way. However, as soon as I go to pull my woman out of the way, she turns around and sees this woman behind her. And I'm like, oh, fuck, it's on, right? Like my woman is not to be fucked with almost in every sense. So I don't want to be embarrassed, right? Like, and I know that my woman don't give a fuck whether there's anything embarrassing happening at all. She's like an attorney, so she doesn't care about these things. She literally thinks that because she went to college that she is better than everyone else. So yes, she's one of those people.
She probably is better than most people.
I don't know. I don't. Shut up, Mango.
I'm serious. I'm an idiot. I didn't go to college. Most people I know who went to college are better than I am.
Well, so what happened when I pulled her out of the way? So that this woman who obviously needs to be walking in the first place, when you just look at her, she makes this comment to my woman. She says, "Watch out for the mall walkers," and then she just kind of walks along across the thing. And my woman could have just been like, had her thoughts, and then just expressed her thoughts just to me, and then we could have just, had fun with it, made fun of the lady, whatever the fuck it is that we would have done, so I can like be a part of this thing with her and then move on from the situation. No, oh hell no. She immediately says, "Nah, bitch, you should watch out for the people who are actually shopping around here that cause for the doors to still be open for you to come in here and do the mall walking." And
shit.
I was like, oh fuck, oh shit. And this lady started walking faster away from her. And we were going to go straight. And my old lady wanted to now come after this lady. And I'm like, dude, like, stop. It doesn't have to. I literally told her, dude, you got to stop. Like, stop. Just stop. And she's like, why aren't you on my team? And I'm like, I just want to avoid the whole situation. I'm just trying to be nice here, right? To avoid the whole damn thing. And what she wanted me to do, what she wanted me to do was obviously like gang up on this woman. And I wasn't having it. I'm not going to do that shit. But in that case, it's like, without being aggressive, you can cause for humans to be aggressive unreasonably, almost to a certain extent, where that example that I just gave was like, this woman was just walking. She made a comment that wasn't even aggressive. Watch out for the mall walkers. And that's how she said it too. It's not like, get out of my way, bitch, I'm a mall walker, right? It's not like she didn't do that. She wasn't trying to cause for these things to happen. But my old lady at all times is ready to fight and argue and do all these things, and you just don't know. And she professionally is like, it's understandable. That's what she does for a living, right? But even people who don't do that shit for a living, that is the mentality that they hold. Like, they're ready to go. They don't care whether you're nice, whether you're calm, whether you're aggravated, whatever it is. They want to get you on the same aggravation level that they are on, and they will go to any degree to do it, no matter how embarrassing or how right or how wrong that they may be when they do those things. That's just how people are. And I will say that my old lady is one of those people who doesn't give a flying fuck, right? Like, it turned from this lady just walked up on me to, by the end of the day, that she was trying to bury me. Like, it turned into like she was a gravedigger and tried to end my whole life type situation by the end of it. It just got exacerbated by the whole end of the thing, where she's like, you should have just turned around and beat the hell out of this old woman. And I'm like, oh God, you know, like, no. And I love this woman, right? She would never treat me like that, because she knows that I'm not going to be that. I'm not the one. I am not the one, right? If I was the mall walker and she would have said that shit, she would have found out real quick, right? That I wasn't that old lady for you to come after and say those types of things to. But in any sense, I definitely would have been the one to try to avoid the situation. I would have taken the 40 foot of the hallway and made sure that I wasn't encroaching on someone's personal space, right? That's for damn sure. Make somebody feel uncomfortable in a space where they don't need to. And she's the boss too, like where she's at, right? She runs the whole fucking show. So it's like you have to have like this understanding with people in a certain sense, right? Which was something that was really tough for her even when she took the position in the very first place. It's like you can't just take a blanket statement and then just cover everybody with that blanket statement and expect everyone to understand, because everybody's different. In every situation, you can't put yourself to look like you have favoritism towards any specific individual, but yet you still have to handle each person as if they are an actual individual in some sort of way. And as the boss, you find out that there is no way around that you have to handle situations like this. So I don't know, maybe it makes it worse when she's out in public, right? And maybe even the availability of thinking that you are superior to others in any sense would allow for these types of these attitudes or mentalities to just creep up. And I think that, you know, she's an outlier, of course, but there's a lot of people that are out there that they believe their superiority over others amongst all other things, whether they're right or wrong. And they will fly with that thing just because it makes them feel better, whether they're right or wrong. And like you said, Mango, like maybe she is superior. But in my opinion, she's not. She's not any more superior than you or me or anybody else in actual reality. We're all equals.
As someone with the same, well, it sounds like the same degree that she might have, or she has, she's a licensed attorney. Yeah, we're no different. But yeah. Man, over the past 20 minutes, man, you guys have made me feel horrible. Like, I don't know, maybe I was a little too hyperbolic when I was saying what I said. I don't hate people. I don't want to be around them, man. It's just that simple. I like dogs and cats and pets better most of the time. I mean, there are plenty of people I do like, though. But just for the record, sorry, I didn't want to make sure. I wanted to make sure I wasn't maybe too exaggerated.
No, I think you're fine, bro. Like, I don't have any kids, and my kids are dogs, so I'm right there with you. I enjoy animals because, well, they can't talk back.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I think my pug would probably disprove that claim, but if I had a choice, it would certainly be a nice long walk with the pets versus a nice long walk with some neighbors. That's all.
Unless there was a bunch of dogs being walked with the neighbors, then you can just talk about the dogs and not talk about each other and your own problems that you have as humans. Any way to break away from the human psychology of success or failure for just a little while, because it's almost like too overwhelming every day if you think about whether you're going to be successful or fail in whatever endeavor that you're going on. It's going to be extremely stressful when you add more people to it, to any situation. So it's just easier to not add more people.
The fiance comes in very handy in that situation. She usually takes the lead. We complement each other pretty well. She's way more outgoing and social than I am, and coincidentally, one of her favorite lines is "kill him with kindness," which is funny when I heard that. But yeah,
I would agree with that.
That's a beautiful line. Like killing them with kindness is so beautiful. So, Executioner, we would one day love to listen the voice of Mrs. Executioner. Now that
Oh,
you have talked about her so much, you know, how are you been? How have you been, brother? It's been a while that you were not on a voice chat. The other day you were there, and I wanted to say how have you been, but I could not ask you that question. You were in a very deep talk, so I didn't want to disturb you. How have you been, my brother?
I'm doing good. I'm feeling a lot better. I got the old COVID over Thanksgiving, so I've been kind of relaxing and taking care of myself and shit like this. So yeah, thank you.
Hear
Appreciate it. I
that?
hope
Sorry to hear that. Hope you're now in full power. Good to hear you always.
yeah, and good luck getting my woman to come speak to anybody. You'd have to pay her.
Hello, and like, hey, I'm Mrs. Executioner here. Stop fucking
Right.
around. Just a voice, like just that, and she just vanishes. Like the story that you were telling, like, moving the whatever story that was, the American story. So yeah, man, beautiful energy to you and your lady, my brother.
Thank you. Appreciate that. She's cynical. She found out when she was 24 years old that she had multiple sclerosis and kind of had to deal with all of that stuff that nobody else understands and live that life of nobody's ever going to understand type of situation that I've had to hear so dang much. So maybe that causes some of her cynical type of behavior in some sort of way. Her superiority complex is a different thing, I think, but she's not nice. She's not very nice, but she's hot, and she doesn't.
She's not nice. She's not nice.
She's not a
So
nice
my
person.
lady listening to your talk here is smiling. She's like, beautiful, brother.
I love her to death, but like, so we had this situation when I first met her. It was like within the first year. It was like 12 years ago, but we went to this. It's called it was a brewing company, a brand new place that brews their own beers and has a restaurant and all these things. So of course, when they first had their grand opening, that everybody brings their kids, and I don't know. She's right when she says this. Almost every time we go to a restaurant, it seems like they go sit us next to the family that has 17 kids. That it's just loud, and she's just like, great. You know, I've even had her be like, tell the people, no, this seat is not okay. We will go choose a different spot because I don't want to be next to these fucking kids. Right. Anyway, so this particular situation, we got sat down. There's no other extra place to go. And we're sitting there, and these kids are running back and forth past the table. And she looks over and she sees this little boy run across, and she looks over at me. And I immediately was like, same thing with the woman in the mall. I'm like, oh, fuck, here we go. Like, she's about to attack this kid, right? This is how much she doesn't give a fuck. And the kid comes running back again, and she goes to grab, like, physically grab the pepper, the glass pepper shaker on the table. Like, what are you gonna do? Is what I thought. Like, what are you about to fucking literally? You gonna wait for this kid to come across and you gonna smash him across the head with this fucking thing because you don't want him running back and forth? So I slammed my hand on top of her hand as soon as she went to grab this thing, and I looked at her straight in the face and said, "Don't you fucking embarrass me. I know what you're about to do." And she just smiled, and that's all she did was smile, because she knew that that's all she needed to do to get her point across, and she was satisfied as if she had smashed this kid with this thing already. And I knew from then I was going to have one hell of an uphill battle with this particular woman, and she was never going to change. This is the way that she was. She fucking hates kids, first of all. So this kid was already up, about ready to get regulated on in the first place.
Your old lady is at least an 8, maybe a 9 as far as how hot she is because of her craziness, right? It's that same chart, the fuck around, fuck off chart.
Yes, absolutely. Like there's a certain amount of like confusion that I have as to the reasons why she makes some of her decisions. And then I go, oh, well, the reason why is because she's hot and she's always got away with this type of shit. So I can't really blame her. I blame society. Right. And then even though the kid possibly would have got smashed across the head with a softball size, a very large pepper shaker, by the way, what would have immediately happened as soon as if the situation was to actually have occurred, it would have been immediately, the energy would have been immediately directed towards the parents that was allowing for this to happen in the first place. It wasn't my fault that this kid just got fucked up. It's your fault for allowing the kid around me to get fucked up in the first place. So be more responsible as a parent. Right? Like, okay, well, when you say that,
the human condition is very unique. I'll say that.
Right. Oh boy.
Because a lot of us just have a difficult time being subjective. Is that the term? Where we, just step out of our own way and kind of get out of our own head and look at things from a more backed out perspective. That's always very advantageous to our betterment. I'll put it at that.
Maybe to a certain degree. I think that is particularly one problem that I have is I'm too subjective in a certain way that I will stop my own moving forward to assist others because I take myself out of my own shoes so often and then feel a certain way for other people that I'm willing to waste my own time to go subject myself to assistance.
I'm the same way. I think the word is an empath, or I'm definitely an empath as well. That's tough for the people that deserve it. I kind of tend to help the underdog in life. I don't really like the bullies of life. And so any opportunity I get, I'm definitely there, standing up for the small guy.
Yeah, me too. And then I go put myself in a situation to fall in love with a bully.
That's a bit ironic.
I know, right? But whatever. The yin and the yang, right?
Absolutely.
Like me being a male is particularly supposed to have the yang quality, right? But my empathy that I have with other people presents me with the yin instinct to be helpful for others. And for women,
I hear you. Yeah, what helps that is listening to Andrew Tate.
Oh yeah, I know that he's like a provocative type of character when it comes to the positions that women and men should like allocate to themselves and then play those roles like to a realistic way instead of like placating to the narratives of what social mentality would suggest, right? Like
Absolutely. Yeah. Who knows if he's a misogynist? So far everything I've heard would say that he isn't. But just like we could take tons of clips from things you said, Hexecutioner, and paint you into a completely different person than you actually are. So but I agree with you as far as like, yeah, like he has a lot of good to share with especially men, and being able to stand in our power in a strong way. So yeah, I probably err on the side of acquiescing a little bit too much, not to the narrative and not to like the normal the normal mentality, but to like individuals in particular. I've always felt like there's a peaceful way out of everything, and choose your battles. Like if I'm pinned down on certain things that are like directly affect my ability to take care of my children, then the bull will come out. But it takes a lot for me to get fired up, and I tend to be the one who tries to make peace.
I'd have to agree. with Andrew Tate, though, I mean, it's not just particularly men that he's trying to direct some sort of better mentality of how to handle your reality. It's also young men and women, to give them the reality of the understanding of the perspective between the two. So I don't think he's
I
choosing.
I agree. Yeah, I think you know, the like traditional roles have been flipped upside down. You know, it's like upside down world, right? Like men are women and women are men, and then you have like pronouns and shit, and it's just like it's kind of crazy. And I think that a return back to more traditional ways, traditional roles of being, which is like physiological, you know, um, is a really good thing, because that's actually what makes strong families, or, you know, strong father figures.
Ha! I thought Benny left. I saw him come in, and then he left, and then he did it again. As soon as you said something about traditional roles for men and women, I don't think he wants to
Who's
be a part.
that? One of your friends? Benny?
Ben,
Benny Blanco?
Benny Blanco, because he's self publicly admitted, he's transgender.
Shit.
So probably doesn't want to get involved in that type of conversation with a bunch of people.
Yeah, I don't argue. To each his own. Whatever. I have my opinions, and you know, I'm not trying to change anyone.
Well, neither is Benny. That's the thing, right? Like Benny understands the position of it, also understands the position of power that they can have with that narrative, also in the ecosystem of professional careers, right? How do you walk tiptoe around that one in a professional sense?
No idea. That's got to be a little bit nuts. Going back to the idea though of like tens, I don't know about you all, but I think this Mexican, you know, Katie from Power City, man, is she hot?
Yeah, but I'm near Manhattan, so she'd be like a 6. It's all relative where you are.
Claiming, bro.
Katie Triple D.
Yeah, that's her. So she's
I
so
was gonna
smart
say,
too.
is she attractive, or is it her anatomy that makes her more attractive?
Oh, she's got really beautiful eyes.
Sorry. I saw that coming, and that's the only reason why I laugh. Yes,
Yeah,
very
I
good.
mean, really, to be able to have someone like one of the smartest females in crypto, to also be really beautiful, that's kind of unicorn status a bit.
And I have to agree that I think that Katie knows her stuff. She's very smart, in the sense that she has people around her that are also very capable and very smart, so that they can have conversations like what we do, to be able to progress what is known factual analysis of stuff, right? Like how smart contracts work, how blockchain works, how liquidity is, and things like this. You're getting involved in a protocol like the ones that she's involved in. You better know your stuff, because it gets into the very complicated things on blockchain. So you wouldn't even survive if you were not capable. And she's very capable.
Interoperability between the blockchains.
Yeah. And I think even what was it? Eric Wall recently was in a space where Katie was at, and she took about 15 seconds to talk about some stuff. And that's all it took for Eric Wall to be like, holy fucking shit. And you're a woman? And that was very misogynistic in my point of view.
So fucking sexist. Yeah.
Yeah. Extremely.
Yeah,
And
you
it's
listen to her, but you don't look in her eyes. You just look just a little bit below the neck.
Yeah. And Eric's going, God, I wish I had tits like that.
Fuck this guy. I hate that fucking wimp.
I think
I
that
wish I
he's a,
were a hermaphrodite.
I think that Eric Wall is a plant. I think that him and Richard Hart have known each other for a very long time. I think that they've always been buddies. I think that the narrative to push around the negativity, but yet still be in the community, is a way to get people to engage with conversation that they normally wouldn't have.
Controlled opposition.
Yes, absolutely.
Patsy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, a patsy would be like somebody that would be there available for a fall to take the scapegoat. But it's more
Yeah, you're right.
more controlled than that. Where there is no negative externality. It's just an availability to understand that positive marketing obviously gets you so far, but even negative marketing can take you even further, because now you're actually encompassing all the colors of the rainbow. Back to Roy G. Biv. Remember?
Just to piggyback on top of that, Eric Wall and I actually have a mutual friend who actually lives in Sweden. And about 6 months ago, I mentioned the same thing. I'm like, this just seems too much like a plant, right? And so when he saw Eric, this was off the record, this was in person. Eric smiled and winked at him and nodded his head. That's all I did. I'm like, dude, I knew it. So I think you're spot on with that.
Nobody that's in the position like Eric is in, that doesn't really have all this time to do all those things, unless they were to find a reason for it to be personally like something to make a good investment in, good, bad, otherwise, whatever. If you don't have enough people that are if you have fudsters that come in, which you do, but they're not bringing up good points to be fudsters, then it doesn't allow for you to have the positive opposition of a good conversation, to have the other side of the points that you actually want to get out there of people talking about, right? Like if you're always talking about the OA, well, that's a pretty simple conversation. You spent 3.5 minutes talking about stuff. But if the opposition, which would be Eric Wall, who knows more about Hex than any of the other fudsters that are even out there, brings up these pertinent, like, let's talk about Richard Hart not ever going to the United States. Boom, Richard Hart goes to the United States. Now you can continue this on for weeks instead of 3 minutes. Brilliant. He's particular.
It's almost like Hegelian dialectic, almost.
What the fuck did you just say?
Hegelian dialectic?
Yeah, please explain.
You create a problem, and then you blow it up, like expose it, like mostly in the media, and then the same people create a solution to the problem they just created. Just like, they're doing all the time, the governments.
Yes. Yeah.
Problem, reaction, solution. Same people.
Yeah, if you've created all these solutions to problems that were already there, but people aren't aware that the reasons why you built it this way was because there was even any problems in the first place, then yeah, it would be a great way for you to present that there even was a problem in the first place. After, like, somebody says, well, this thing and you built it this way, like, it doesn't make any sense. Why would you do it that way? And be like, well, because there's all these problems, these things that you may not be aware of. And then you talk about the problems and then the solutions that were there. And then in those problems, like you just said, you could have created a bunch of stuff that weren't problems in the first place, and then garner that attention. A good example of that, like the poly.
Remember 2008, the housing crisis, the subprime mortgage, and all that. Yeah, that's a perfect example. They created the problem and they offered the solution of the bailouts.
Absolutely. I think I saw another thing today that was like, the Fed is not an entity that started because of a good thing and then became corrupt over time. The Fed was always corrupt. Always.
No.
No.
Not the big organization that controls all our money that was founded by robber barons.
Yeah, exactly. But yet people are starting to believe this narrative. They're like, all of a sudden, the banksters are now all of a sudden being nefarious. What?
Even centralized exchanges, same kind of thing, you know.
Yeah. You guys fucking listened to the Sam Bankman-Fried thing yesterday? Man, is that guy a fucking nutcase.
He's psycho,
And
man.
what was
And
even crazier was the audience laughing. Like, what was that about? That was fucked up. That was crazy. Totally orchestrated.
Is he
Yeah,
really a
that's another
nutcase, or he
example
just,
of Hegelian dialectic.
or does he just think everybody's actually that stupid?
Well,
Yes,
okay.
he does.
So like his attorneys were definitely correct in the notion that he should shut the fuck up if he wants to stay out of jail and not put himself in these positions to be recorded in any time between now with a government regulatory thing looking at him and where he's going to end up in the end result, because those government regulatory bodies were involved in the first place. So he really should just shut the fuck up. So it was really funny that there's like certain specific questions that he was very detailed in his answers on. And the reasons why that would be that he was allowed to be so detailed with it is because those specific answers were going to keep him out of fucking jail. And then there was other ones that he was like, oh, I was just wrong. $8 billion wrong. I was just silly. I was dumb.
He didn't mean it, man.
Of course. Like when somebody comes over to me and I made a mistake, right? And they're like, well, why did you do that? The best way for me to avoid any more complications in that would be to immediately answer this one thing. Well, I did it because I'm stupid. They're not going to disagree with you. They're going to completely, absolutely agree with you. Therefore, you've now won.
Yeah, you're taking the wind out of their sails.
Yes. And that's what he's doing here. And anyone that falls for that is allowing for his success rate to be higher. Watch this guy not go to prison at all because of how deep he was, in these government regulatory positions. And then he comes out with the next thing. Be like, oh, I learned my lesson. So now we're really going to have some stuff coming.
I feel like actually maybe he didn't even really do anything illegal, because literally, like, when you have your money on a centralized exchange, like, if you read the fine print, it's not even your fucking money anymore at that point anyhow.
That the user agreement in when you deposit funds, that with this user agreement, it's not allowed for the centralized exchange to borrow the money that you had already put in as a deposit to somebody else, is like extremely important to the reasons why people would actually be involved with that exchange in the first place, to borrow, lend, or whatever it is that they want to do, because they feel like it's going to be safe. But within that user agreement, based off of if another thing happens, then the original user agreement that you had signed and agreed to becomes null and void, and a new user agreement takes its place where they can use assets in a different way.
That's crazy.
That's the thing that happened. That's what they did. And so when
I'm sorry, I was just wondering if your ladies helped you look at those types of things before.
I just don't sign anything without reading the contract agreement. And that right there lies where legalities fall or not. So as soon as you realize that your user agreement can be changed just by the aspect of the environment changing itself, then you would realize that Richard Hart was right. You would have been able to explicitly read it and see the danger that you were presenting to yourself. Especially after you watch Luna and you watch all these other things where the environment changed. You saw that it was possible to happen. This idiot was literally going to sit there and tell you that he wasn't aware that when the macro markets move, that the rest of everything else moves with it. So they weren't able to prepare for things like this. So you weren't even able to cover any amount of any liquidations that were happening in the first place. So the whole entirety of how the structure of the system worked was going to fail, like a house of dominoes anyway, house of cards anyway. And then now he's playing stupid. So if you already knew that this was the case, that you were able to move funds, and then you were able to implement a company, which is called Alameda, right, to hold all those assets where you don't even have to have accounting for it because it wasn't under the guise of Alameda. It was under the guise of responsibility of FTX. So anything that happened when Alameda had all those funds, he can placate stupid, especially now that it's under Chapter 11. He doesn't own that. Now he goes around and tells people that he doesn't own it. And he doesn't have access to any of those things in the first place, which is a lie. I mean, it may not be a lie. He may not actually have access anymore, but he does know the information. There's no way that he could have not known what was happening in the very first place. They were taking the money. They were taking it. They knew it was going to happen. And in the contract agreement that you signed, not signed, but agreed to when you went there and actually started applying money, your money to it, that if you were to know that as soon as you put your money there, that you were literally giving it away to somebody else, would you do it?
Yeah, that's a good point. I agree. What do you think about BitBoy, man? He's on a rampage.
I think he needs to be careful.
That's what I was thinking. Like, yeah, he's stirring the net. He's poking the freaking hornet's nest a lot.
Yeah. And it's not only just that he needs to be careful with the hornet's nest that he's poking, but he's also been a part of the problem for a while too. Let's not forget that he was also one that was championing those things too, telling people to go to those things also.
I saw that information where the lady was like there was some sort of conference or something, and she came up and she was like calling him on some of his shit, where it was like he was kind of indirectly promoting it or something. Did you see that?
Dude, there's a video of him in his car talking about how Sam Bankman-Fried is the new JP Morgan and that FTX is going to go to the moon and all of these things.
Yeah, maybe that's the unrest we see in him is in his own spirit, because he knows, like, who knows, maybe he's upset with himself, he's taking it out on Sam or something. But yeah, I'm concerned for him a little bit. I'm like, okay, just need to calm down a little bit. You don't need to be the Alex Jones of crypto.
You know why he is, though? Because he's one of the few that actually had an involvement with Richard Hart, where he fought the Richard Hart narrative also, where he didn't want to promote, he didn't want to say, he was scared to get involved with all of the backlash that would have happened by him saying anything about Richard Hart in a positive sense. And if he would have just listened at that time, then he would have been the king. He would have literally been the king if he would have just taken Richard Hart's narrative and ran with it and told everybody exactly, like, word for word, verbatim. Just steal every word that Richard Hart was saying, since he has millions of followers, and just pretend like he was Richard Hart. Then he would have been the fucking supreme Lord King God of everything with crypto right now. But he's not.
I think that's the nature of YouTube, is that a lot of power is given to people really quickly, as far as like subscribers, right? And so I think that he got more power than he was able to handle, Like, I like BitBoy. I think he's got a good heart, but yeah, I agree with you in the sense that, he's he's shilled a lot of stuff, and if I think that lady in the conference even said that word, and he's like, shill, because, like, technically to shill something, you actually have to be paid by. He was just getting to the technicalities of it, but like, yeah, I just hope he.
Here's the tough.
Sorry, go ahead.
Imagine how tough this is, Rich. So you give me this presentation of what I would consider garbage, right? In crypto garbage, right? And I'm like, that's garbage. Like, I wouldn't tell anybody about that. And they're like, what if I gave you 30 grand? If I gave you $30,000, would you promote this? Then I have a choice. It's like, I know this is garbage and I really don't want to tell people, but if you're going to pay me for it, then I might as well. But if I go around and tell everybody that this shit's garbage, then I'm absolutely not going to get this 30 grand. And I won't get this conference meeting to go talk about these other things where they're going to pay me another 80 grand to show up there and actually face-to-face have a meeting. They're not going to pay me $3,000 to just make a tweet about it. There's potentially $250,000 within the first half of the year that I would be shooting myself in the foot that I didn't just take this fucking garbage and go tell everybody about it and then let it all land wherever it lies. Because I don't have to, like, literally, like, just because I say for you to do it doesn't mean that you should. So it's not my fault. And I might as well get paid. And that's where he fell into. And if he was to go promote Richard Hart, all that money would have not come to him. His 1 million followers wouldn't be 1 million followers. He wouldn't have all these things, but he would still have been right. What's the value in being right if it didn't pay you? That's where, like, being altruistic is probably the thing that, like, we fall into, like, liking these types of environments that we fall into. Because it's like, yeah, if I go tell you this and I lose the advantage for this thing, I'm not going to make as much money as I probably could have if I just would have shut the fuck up about it and not said anything at all. But that's not what I care about. I want everybody to have the power. So I'm going to go ahead and expose this truth to be this advantage to everybody. Therefore, there is no more advantage to be there, and everybody wins because of it. But if I was to just not tell people about it, then I'm going to extract all that value all on my own. And greed is a motherfucker. And that's the reasons why all this shit had happened in the first place, when people are backtracking like crazy, and they can't. Even the stuff that they deleted can still be drug up. And that's where he needs.
I think the SBF guy is he's clearly a scumbag liar, but he's not the important player. I want to know how much culpability there is with Kevin O'Leary, everyone that supported him, the guy that set up the bank. I don't know the guy's name, but that's the most important. It looked clearly like a Trojan horse for the whole purpose of passing the federal bit bill. So who are the real puppeteers in the background, and we're all these hackers to get all this information. I want to see the it's really convenient that I don't know, it was the referee or whoever was put in charge of the bankruptcy found absolute negligence in terms of business records, because if there's no business records, there's no evidence tying it back to people with money and people in control. So I just found that a little convenient. But I'm more interested not in SBF, but everyone propping them up.
Like, it's like, let's say I didn't pay taxes. I didn't pay my taxes. And the IRS comes up to me and they're like, well, you owe us all this money and you better pay it. Otherwise, we're going to have legal obligation to come after you for this situation to try to make up for it. And I was be like, but I'm not a tax professional. I'm not a financial advisor, so I don't know any better. I'm ignorant in the fact to not even know that rule even existed. And they're like, oh, you're just dumb? Okay, then fine, fuck it, never mind. That's the SBF thing. That's what they're doing. Do you think that would actually happen? to you as an individual and be like, well, I just wasn't aware that this rule even existed. So I didn't even know that I had to pay the tax in the first place. Just play stupid. And that's kind of like where this whole thing I'm seeing is actually going, where they're like, even SBF said, he's like, the legalities don't really fall under the guise of doing it willfully because I didn't know any better. So it's okay. It's like, whoa. That's not how it works, unfortunately. Like, your responsibilities is to know how to cut through and get around the blue and the red tape to make sure that you can have some confidence in the market in the first place. Otherwise, you were just a fucking liar. And for some reason, like, it's working. Like, they're like, oh, well, it's not illegal because he didn't know any better. It's not like he did it there was no intent. Well, how is anybody supposed to know if there was intent in the first place? Either way, it's still particularly illegal to give away customers' funds to somebody else to have the responsibility with no accounting. All you needed to do was have a ledger. That's it. That's all you needed to do, and it's all digital. So it would have been extremely easy to do it. So there's your intent. The fact that they didn't have it.
Yeah, the willful omission of it, and to be honest with you, like whoever's claiming there are no business records just doesn't have possession of them. Yeah, there has to be records. I mean, that Shark Tank dude's way too intelligent to, and just the act of trying to go and almost raise $4 billion successfully to save him from bankruptcy just tells me that there's a huge motive for him to do so. So there has to be something there that he's trying to hide. So, I mean, the records are someplace, you know?
Well, I mean, how long did it take CZ to know? Less than 24 hours? For him to get involved?
Good point.
And then be like, no, whoa, this FTT thing ain't worth nothing. Holy shit. And then made one tweet and it was like, boom, that's it. And what are they doing? They're like, oh, it's CZ's fault for being way more intelligent than everyone else, even over Kevin O'Leary. I don't know. I think you're right, McSlammon. That all that stuff exists, it's all there, and the people that are involved in it would rather it just not exist. So let's have the SBF play dumb.
Yeah, that's my hunch. With respect to BitBoy, I noticed yesterday in a video he was threatening to evidence dump today at some point if he didn't agree to an interview, which I just don't see the value in an interview with SBF at this point because he's not going to admit anything. It's just a waste of time, and it does nothing but give like publicity, good or bad. I don't know. I just hate to see him have the opportunity to provide some empty answer that makes him seem sympathetic in any way, or make people feel sympathetic towards him in any way possible. Just I think it's more valuable to keep him off the air and let the mainstream media do whatever they can to rehabilitate him and not give him the opportunity in crypto. But instead, dump the evidence, let the evidence speak for itself.
Yep, anybody can paint a pretty picture or a very horrible one, unfortunately. You want to get down, it's like, what's that movie? You Can't Handle the Truth. And the people who can't handle the truth are the ones that are deeply involved. And so those are the people that we'll never see actually in the light in the first place. So maybe even BitBoy, like going up that tree, is not dangerous for him at all because he's going up the wrong tree.
Yeah, I think he's actually doing the establishment. He's helping the establishment by putting all the focus on SBF. SBF when their focus should really be on who propped them up. That ultimately, the politicians that were supporting that bill, the kind of information that bribes they took in the process or contributions, follow the people, follow the money, find the people in power. They're the ones responsible. That's my opinion.
They've set a trap and he's playing into it,
I think even he's starting to realize that that's the case, but he's so emotionally involved in it that it's kind of just dangerous for him to make some commentary in the first place, especially having 1 million followers. He made a comment, something about Kevin O'Leary as a murderer or some shit. And it was like, dude, like now at that point, you have to be careful. You cannot do that.
Starting to make decisions emotionally. I've seen him shaking, I guess he's so freaking fired up. It's nuts.
Well, you can slander somebody and fight it if you want to. But damn, would you be making a huge mistake to go against a billionaire, because he will crush you. So don't do that. Whether you believe it or not or whatever, like there's certain things that you shouldn't do that. Not without like empirical, like actual factual evidence that can be proved to call somebody a murderer.
Yeah, there's a lot hinges on what kind of evidence he keeps bringing up. Oh, I have all this evidence. I'm kind of really curious to see what that is.
Maybe he could have been like playing the slide of like, well, because person A promoted this thing and they got completely destroyed, that there were people that were jumping off buildings and suiciding themselves and things like this. So you can have an attachment that because you did this, that maybe you caused for people to end their lives because of it. Therefore, you are now a murderer. You could take that without having any actual facts and just be like, well, like statistically, it's probably true to a certain percentage.
Sorry to interrupt. He was referencing, if I'm not mistaken, I think he was referencing some sort of boating accident where supposedly he was driving the boat where 2 people died and he was drunk at the time. I don't know, something along that line. I don't know how much of that's true, but
well, I guess in that regard, you can't actually consider somebody to be an actual murderer until proven in court to be such a thing to be guilty of.
Yeah, the intent element. That's a pretty important part of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's just slanderous, especially against somebody who has like multiple businesses, that having some slander like that can actually cause for more damage in the long run. Now, BitBoy would have to be very, very careful because he could lose everything because of that. Even if he was right, he could still lose everything because of making such statements. Which, like, I think that what he's doing, he believes in what he's doing and that he thinks that he's doing the right thing and the positive thing and stuff like this. But the problem is what if you find out too late that you were barking up the wrong tree? Like what you guys were suggesting, that there's like maybe this breadcrumb trail that is obvious to regulatory stances that you could see who was involved. You could explicitly just go see who was supporting those things and see that these are the outliers that were involved, period. And I'm sure that there's a list out there of people who voted for those things. It's all public anyway. Now you go up that tree, now all of a sudden you become disappeared type shit. So as long as he's not being disappeared, then you know he's going up the wrong tree. Like billions and billions of dollars were tied up into this whole situation. That's worth making somebody disappear. Making lots of people just disappear. Here's another thing that I find kind of odd. What about all these Bitcoin billionaires that are dying, disappearing? that certainly frees up the sell pressure for sure. No more worry about those people influencing the markets in any sense, in any market. It's like $6 billion of Bitcoin that's just sitting there, never to be touched ever again.
Is it the young whales doing it?
Doing what?
Disappearing the old whales?
Some of these people are like, one of the guys was like 40 some odd years old. He just died in his sleep. It may have been who knows? Who really knows? I mean, we could talk about COVID and the jab and shit like that, because how a 41-year-old person just dies in their sleep is not exactly normal, but still, it can still fucking happen. Obviously, just nature, right? But what about the dude that was a part of MakerDAO that made the tweets about having his life being threatened? 2 days later, he's found that he went swimming in the most dangerous waters of Puerto Rico, that if you're a resident there, you already knew that you weren't supposed to swim in those fucking waters because it's guaranteed death. But yet he decided as a resident that he was just going to go swimming in the most dangerous waters 2 days after making that call.
And he thought that he could swim. Boy, was he wrong, huh?
Of course. I mean, his mistake.
Maybe it's El Salvadorian intelligence agencies trying to increase the value of their holdings.
Sure. Oh, and Brazil, like 2 days ago, also is now accepting Bitcoin as a form of currency. So it's expanding.
I agree. It is a little fishy that these deaths occurring. It was like seemingly unnatural deaths occurring in such rapid succession. It is a little odd.
Yeah, I mean, like John McAfee, there's some Bitcoin that's never gonna. I mean, maybe his wife has it. Who knows? Like she said, she lost it in a boating accident, but it hasn't. You know the address. Like it isn't being moved. It's still there. That Nikolai Mushigian, the guy that was part of the MakerDAO thing.
But he was Russian, so he deserves it.
Here's the thing: is a majority of these people are all Russian. The guy that just died yesterday, Vyacheslav Taran, that died in a helicopter crash. There's another $1 billion worth of Bitcoin that isn't going to move anymore. There's like 6 deaths that have happened since John McAfee, and nobody's really talking about these things.
You gotta crack a few eggs to make an omelet, right?
Yeah. Like the guy that stopped Bitcoin's inflation from going from like 1% to 2% or some shit like that. I think his name was Marcia Popescu or some shit like that. He died too. He had another $1 billion worth of Bitcoin. Dead. He's the one that died at the age of 41 in his sleep. And he's a part of a huge like Chinese exchange and all this other shit. But he's Russian.
Yet another reason for everyone that holds Bitcoin to buy hacks instead.
Yeah, at least you won't have the macro drag down when those guys decide to sell, because they're not going to sell. They got to make up for all the Bitcoin that's going to hit the market with any of the seizures that the government had, which I believe that there's a couple $1 billion worth of seizures that the government had that they're going to sell eventually. Mount Gox, there's a couple more billion that they need to counter. So why not just, accidents happen type shit, right? If you knew Mount Gox was going to sell, you knew the United States government was going to sell, and these guys who have billions of dollars worth of Bitcoin, if they were to, I don't know, get some knowledge that this shit was coming and they wanted to front run that situation, then the government who's going to sell all that Bitcoin and all the people that were involved in Mt. Gox that were going to have the availability of selling theirs eventually too would have already been front ran and they wouldn't have gotten any value out of it. But if you kill these motherfuckers that can front run you, then they can't do that. And you can extract all the value on your own. As they continue to tell you that Bitcoin is unconfiscatable, as the government holds billions of dollars of it from all the confiscations that they've done. A hacker comes and takes it, the government takes it from them. As soon as they move it. The government is definitely watching, no matter what you do. And it's not just the United States government, by the way. It's like all of them. You know, and I don't speak like definitively, like I know that this is the case. It just seems to be odd that like now it seems to be more favorable since there is no extra additional sell pressure for these other things that we already know are going to be sell pressure. It just seemed odd, is all. Doesn't make me right, obviously. It just seems odd. Just about as odd as Sam Bankman-Fried being in a room with a bunch of people he makes them feel. Man, is he a goofy kid. MIT, Ivy League school graduate, pronounced to be the JP Morgan of our time. Oh, I just made an accounting error. My mistake. I had no idea how these things really work. But then go in to talk about how leverage and derivatives and all these complicated nomenclature and how all this stuff works and get really nitty gritty into it and then be like, oh, but I don't know how it works. Like I'm not a coder, so I don't really know how it works. I just know how to use the front end. Well, so does everybody else. Nobody else saw it. But you're the one that sat there and extracted $4 billion on top of everybody's heads previous to anyone else doing it. And under I don't know, the allowance of FTX allowed for other certain individuals, conglomerates, to be able to exit out before everyone else as well. It's too set up. It's too perfect. Too clean. It wasn't anything like the Luna thing. That was chaos. That was not clean. Now people are left and right trying to find out ways to be able to shut these exchanges off from being able to sell all this shit when it comes to them finding exposures to risk. There's people all over the place that are taking advantage of finding these small outliers of give us your whatever and we'll give you a derivative of the BNB, and then all of a sudden all the BNB gets taken and the derivatives ain't worth shit. There's nothing you can do about it. Just shut down the exchanges quick. Hurry up. Shut them down so people can't sell. Well, then what? Then what are you going to do? Because you might, if the exchange doesn't allow trade, sell, buys, then the value of it, even though it may have a value on chain, is zero. If you can't move it, it's worth nothing. And that's exactly what will happen, regardless of whether you shut it down or whatever. You're just going to have to deal with it. And know that those centralized exchanges are not the way to go. Not at all. And this is not something that's like obviously like ground shaking to any of us, but man, does it make you feel like you want to go out there and tell everybody about it as much as you possibly can to try to help them understand a little bit better. For those of us that are empathetic to that situation.
Maybe that's why my neighbors keep running up to me when I come home. They wanna know about which cryptos to buy. Maybe I should I should hear them out.
I like the meme of all the people at Thanksgiving, like the whole family standing around there and all looking back at the camera, and at the bottom it says, "So have you become a millionaire yet in your crypto finance stuff?" In the, the ass end of the bear market. It's just like a big old slap in the face. You'd be like, "Oh God, how many of you guys have to deal with that on a daily from somebody coming over and being like, oh, how's Bitcoin? I saw that I have a friend that does that too, that he's actually doesn't get involved in this stuff. And he's like, oh, are you okay?" Be like, "Yeah, I'm fine. But I saw all this stuff just went crashing all around the place." And you're like, "What?" Huh? "Yeah, it did. Yeah, you're right. But I ain't involved in none of that." "Oh, really?" "Yeah, no." Then the next month, "Oh, that thing just went down. Are you okay?" "Yeah." "I don't think you listen to me when I talk to you, bro."
I'll deal with
Yeah,
people like that
yeah,
one of
but
two ways. If I know they're trolling me on purpose, I'll just kind of ignore them. But like if genuinely they don't understand, then I'm like, okay, this is the chance to educate.
But like, okay, all those exchanges went falling. Were XRP people affected? Was Monero affected? Was Doge affected?
I basically, any chance I get to teach people about owning their own keys, noobs have no idea, no clue. So I just spell it out for them, the most important thing to understand, which is holding your own crypto, and not picking up pennies in front of freight trains.
I love that quote. I love that.
Richard was right. He was right about everything. I I definitely will look at what people do and give that a lot more weight, if not complete weight, as to what kind of person they are, as opposed to what they say or what kind of persona they're projecting to the world, right? So what Richard's actually done is absolutely amazing, and it stands for itself. Like the fact that Hex did a 10,000x or a 2,400x. Like, oh yeah, it didn't do a 10,000x. It actually did a 2,400x. Who fucking cares? Like, it's still huge. It's the best outperform. It outperformed everything in the last bull market. Like, you just can't refute that. And yet, people are running around telling me that data is great. It did 160x or 200x or something. And it's not even. It's like a technology. So I really like to point that out to people as well. Like, it's great tech, but why does it have to be a crypto? That's something that I've really started to understand. Like, if it's not a function of money, I don't get why people think those types of things are cryptos at all. For today. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm honestly like, I'm just delaying having to go outside and rip the front end of my vehicle off to replace a headlight.
That's so crazy how cars are made now.
I know. Yeah, I gotta rip the whole front end off my whole fucking Cadillac just to be able to get access to the inside of the headlight.
Things I'll pay a mechanic to do for 1,000, Alex.
Right? I won't pay a mechanic for those things because like, I can do it. Like, there's nothing that's stopping me from doing it. So the only thing that's stopping me from doing it is this chat right now.
I won't charge you 1,000, but I'll do it for a T-share.
Right? I think he was saying a Jeopardy thing.
I'm trying to do my books as we speak, so I'm also kind of procrastinating, but I am I am making slow progress.
Your books?
It's my books. I'm you know, figuring
Oh,
out
I
my
got you.
financials for my business, like what people owe me and if they have paid, if they haven't paid, and basically like, you know, the ledger you're talking about that doesn't exist for supposedly, right? Like I have the type of ledger. I'm still kind of old fashioned in that I write it down. It's all like by hand. So yeah, I could make my books disappear really easily because I'm not typing them into a computer.
And technically, they don't exist until you acknowledge it to somebody publicly, which you just did. And I thought you meant like an actual book, not accounting. I was like, oh. How to Have Proper Nutrition by Rich Wealth. How to appropriate your soil. How to appropriate your soil for proper nutrition by Rich Wealth.
How to properly cook your books.
Yeah, by SPF.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah. Someday. I mean, there's hardly a person that can. I still have some more to learn. Like, I actually need to polish off the math of soil, of like, I'm somewhat of a self-proclaimed agronomist, so I need to just make sure that I actually know my stuff. But it's pretty rare that anyone knows even an ounce of what I'm saying, yeah, like technically when it comes to that stuff. But yeah, I maybe one day that would be cool. It's definitely there's product market fit. We got sick people everywhere, and I seem to have drawn the necessary conclusion to basically demineralized food and you know, the state of people's health. Genetics is definitely a real thing. There's no doubt in my mind. Like it's definitely 100% our bloodlines either get stronger or weaker based upon you know, how we eat, but also how we think, the habits that we have in our life as well. So it's kind of like 50-50. How you think and then the actions you take. Suppose it all, you know, it all starts with proper thinking, right? You can't have proper action until you have proper thinking. So I suppose it kind of is, that is kind of the most important thing, like what we believe, right? Because no matter what it is, whatever we believe, it's true.
Is anybody in here like a writer, like a fiction writer, or anything related to history?
Tartaria videos, does that count?
I mean, if you could tell a story. But yeah, he was talking about like all the Russian billionaire deaths, the Bitcoin stuff, and I was like, that would actually be like an interesting kind of Tom Clancy thing. You know what I mean? Like there's somebody pulling strings and just taking out people, so his bag gets bigger.
I wouldn't be surprised if there was such a book that existed.
Or will exist as soon as it's all played out. There's still more people to die yet. That's for sure.
Yeah, life is a bit of a puzzle. Simply because I think people are so complex.
All right. I think I'm gonna go rip apart my vehicle and put it back together
All right,
again.
good luck, Executioner. Nice talking with you, brother.
I was waiting for the wind to die down.
Good conversation. Good luck, man.
Yeah, as soon as I'm done with that, like I don't know. We'll see if you guys are still hanging out. Later, guys.
I've got a headlight as well on my car that I need to replace.
Bring it on over. Fuck it. If I'm already busy, I got the tools. Let's do it.
Yeah, there you go. I've been putting it off. Like literally, it just takes a screwdriver. It's pretty simple fix, but I've just been driving around with one headlight because I have really good vision, And I'm like, oh, wet headlights, fine. And here where I live, they have like you can't get pulled over for any of that kind of stuff because they have something called safety checks. And as long as your safety check is current, then they actually can't pull you over for like those types of things.
Dude, for me, I tried to do that, and where I live, it is illegal to drive with one headlight. And I got pulled over twice. The cop knows me, so he just let me go. He's like, ah, fuck it, you know. And told me to fix it. So instead of fixing it, because I've been putting this off for like a week now, I got pulled over twice. I just turned my brights on. Fuck everybody.
That's what I've been doing too.
Yeah, that's not illegal. Fuck it.
That's
So
true. Especially, I mean, I have like an older vehicle that I'm driving, so like my brights are not even as bright as like the low beams on these new LEDs, you know? So I'm like, okay, I can reason that one.
Got them old dark yellow lights.
not me. I'm driving a Cadillac, so even my headlights look like brights. And so I turn my brights on. I know I'm fucking. I won't go down the main roads. I'll try to avoid people during the nighttime, at least. God forbid you bright an elderly person already has trouble seeing, right? Cause for an accident or some shit to happen, but whatever.
Oh,
Maybe
speaking of which, I'm gonna get special glasses to drive at night because my eyes are extremely sensitive to like these new lights, man. Like I cannot. I'm not a city person anyhow. You know, I go to sleep early. I'm not really into bright lights at night, and it's like I think there's proof that it's actually bad. It like eventually hurts your eyes. The more lights, especially these LEDs, you know, just the way the like wavelength works. But I think they make special glasses, you know, that are similar to like what you would use on for your computer screen. Um, of course, I select on my monitor the like what is it, the blue light filter, so it's more of a yellow light. Go rip your car apart to replace a headlight. That's pretty funny. That's how cars are built nowadays. I swear they've decided that the dealerships, the stealerships need to make more money, so they've like they've engineered these things to where you can't fix them yourself as easily.
Bullshit. I'll tell you what. Like, I'm fortunate that I've got multiple vehicles, so I don't mind ripping one to shreds and then learning how the fuck it was put together, and then taking the pieces apart and replacing them. And it's not like tearing apart your kitchen because generally only people have one of those, right? So
Yeah. So you
fortunate in
can
that.
have one car down while you learn and fix your other one. That's cool. I have the same thing, but simply because I have older vehicles. So
The one
yeah.
thing that I did fall into is I own this supercar. I own this Jaguar that
Shit.
turns out that even the professionals can't work on these things. So you'd have to ship it multiple states away to be able to find somebody who might be able to work on it if they know what they're getting themselves into.
Who
So
makes
as soon
Jaguar?
as, I want to say that it's
Like what country is it engineered
Great
from?
Britain. Great Britain.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think that it's Volvo or Ford or some shit like this that actually owns the conglomerate.
As far as supercars go, I'd have to agree with Mike. He's all about that new Corvette, and man, is that a nice car? Did they hit one out of the park with that thing?
Yeah, I'd have to
For the
agree.
price, those are nice, man.
What are they
If
like?
you were
40 grand?
no,
Yeah, like somewhere around 60,000 or something.
no. They were like 80 to 90. Let's just say you got the full package. It was like 90 grand, the mid-engine Corvette, but like literally 4 or 5 months after they were released, the value of those cars already went up like 30 or 40 grand. And I think now, like, you're lucky to get one for 140 grand.
I had no idea.
Yeah, their sticker price or whatever the MSRP, I think it was like 58,000 or somewhere around 60,000. But yeah, what they're selling for or reselling for, that's completely different.
Such a success, you know. I don't know how they were able to keep the cost down so much, because it's literally like an engineering feat, like what they pulled off, and such a different, you know, they started over completely. And yeah, it apparently it compares to some of these vehicles that are, you know, 2 or 3 times the cost, you know, performance.
All right, I'm doing it. Later, guys.
Later.
You can do it. If it's one thing GM is good at, it's coming out with different models. Now, whether they're good models or not, you know, that remains to be debated. But they can come out with them.
About the Corvette.
No, all of them. I mean, just GM in general. They just, you know, there's probably 2 or 3 new models coming out every year. They've fine-tuned the process of creating a new vehicle from scratch.
Was younger, I could like name every car on the road, and now I'm just like, what the fuck is that? Like, it's a Tesla. No, it's a Kia. Like, have you seen the Korean? The Koreans are really starting to make some moves on their the quality of their
I
designs
almost
and
bought a
whatnot.
Kia. I almost bought a Kia Stinger.
Stinger, yeah. See, again, I'm not really associated. I mean, acquainted with any
It's
of
a cool.
the new vehicles.
It's like a 2-door. I think it's like a 4-door. I don't know if it's a sedan. I think it's a sedan. But it's like a turbocharged all-wheel drive little sports car. Well, it's like a sports coupe kind of thing.
Sweet.
But yeah, they're
Oh
pretty
yeah, I
cool.
just looked it up right now. Yeah, it does looks nice.
I think you can get a rear-wheel drive version. I'm not 100% sure. Either that or it's just front-wheel drive or all-wheel drive. But I ended up
Lines
with a
on this
Subaru
thing are,
Crosstrek.
oh sweet. Yeah, the lines on this are freaking amazing. Yeah, Kia's
Yeah,
making a name for themselves.
they've stepped their shit up.
Luxury is like their luxury vehicles are like top like Lexus quality. Kia Stinger GT, biggest sports sedan.
I forgot all the
It's hard
statistics
for
on
me.
it, but I was pretty impressed with it for a Kia.
It's hard for me not to be interested in just about everything. I love learning about everything.
It's got attractive lines and smooth cool numbers to it. You can't help it.
The first recently I was pretty surprised when I saw an Audi all electric vehicle. That kind of piqued my interest. I haven't even looked it up yet, but beautiful lines.
What's the BMW one? The i8, like the hybrid, the one that looks like a little BMW supercar.
Yeah, it looks like a Honda Fit almost. Yeah. Oh, I don't know what that is. It looked nice though. I mean, obviously good quality. I just think the
I can't.
quality of all vehicles is becoming better. Of course, there's like all sorts of electronic kinks that are being worked out. Like as a farmer, I'm not about to buy a new tractor because it's crazy the amount of problems that they're having with these overly complicated machines when you can get something that's
And you got to
20
run
years
DEF
old.
now on the tractors now.
That's crazy.
I know guys, farmers down in North Carolina that are they're like finding old semi trucks and they're taking like the Detroit 60 series out and putting them in their older tractors.
That's how. I'm a John Deere fan myself. I think like early 2000s is the way to go. And there's tractor where tractorhouse.com. I think that's what it's called. You can it's like the number one used tractor dealer online. And
Yeah, there's one guy down there's got like 4 or 5 like it's not all 4440s, but it's like the 44 series. And he's like, that's all I want. That's all I buy. That's all I want to work on.
smart, smart. But we live in exciting times, man. It's like, especially when you have money, there's just so many options. There's so many cool things to um to have fun with. Somewhat of a poor pleb currently, but I've always believed in myself, and I've really only started focusing on making money for the past 5 years of my life. And so yeah, I'm excited. I have the detailed types of dreaming where it's kind of like manifesting, and I'm not like woke and I'm not into the new age stuff, but I do think there's a lot to be said about visualizing what you want and focusing on the things that you do want, rather than the things you don't. And so yeah, I have some pretty detailed plans. If we have a similar if Hex has a similar bull run to its first bull run, it's kind of fun to think about and even kind of imagine like a couple few years from now, looking back at these conversations and just seeing how everyone's doing and checking back in and doing a Hedron con with DJ. Just DJ. Hey DJ, how you doing, man? I was planning on creating a big event building, right, where there's going to be a lot of things integrated into it. And yeah, that would be fun because I think we all have like this common thread of truth, right, that like that connects us, and that's why we found Hex and Hedron. Like we're not your normal crypto investor, and I think that even though we all come from different walks of life, we have like that common thread that that kind of connects us, and it makes it easy for all of us to relate to one another.
Yeah, it really
Just
does.
felt that really like even these people that are crazy, like there's still a lot of commonalities, right, between everyone. Like, and maybe that's just because I'm an empath or whatever, but like I really do feel like most people are we're all very similar, and we tend to focus on our differences, which tend to be like a very small percentage of our overall makeup, and blow those out of proportions rather than realizing like, okay, let's try to get out of our own head and kind of see from other people's perspectives. And when you do that, you're kind of like, oh yeah, they're not much different than me. I mean, I guess we're all products of our environment to a certain degree, and then we all have free will. But yeah, I like to at least believe and maybe even convince myself that we're not all that different, because then I feel more of a connection to everyone, even though I'm not a big I stray away from anything that's popular. But like when it comes to one-on-one conversations, like in this group, it's a little different. I mean, there's people listening in here, but I tend to stray away from groups, and I can pretty much relate to anyone. So I'm not necessarily the smartest guy in the room, and I like that, but I am really good at listening to people that are really smart. And I think that's what made me that's how I found Hex, and that's the reason I am a Hexican.
Yeah, I actually heard about the pulse chain sacrifice before I even knew who Richard Hart was or what Hex was.
Awesome. Did you sack for pulse?
Yeah, I got in on day 6 of the sacrifice.
Awesome, man. Yeah, we're gonna be
And
really happy. Like just the fact that he helped us take profits near the top of the bull market, because most people in crypto are still kind of noobs and tend not to take enough profits at the top.
I haven't taken anything yet. I've just been buying and staking.
That's smart for long term. Yeah. Absolutely. That's obviously the smartest play is don't sell much and try to make it through 2 cycles before, you know, before you need that money.
Well, I'm still working. I mean, I'm doing pretty good. This is probably my best year for truck driving. So
For trucker,
I think
what can you tell us about the whole diesel thing? I heard it kind of calm. I haven't heard much.
I heard people that I haven't heard any truck drivers talk about it. It's everybody else that was bringing it up. I haven't seen a diesel
Isn't that
shortage.
interesting?
I haven't seen anything. I've actually bought the cheapest diesel I've bought in a while this morning in Indiana. So I don't know where I think that was all media or market or whatever.
Yeah, interesting. So we're all being played as normal, right?
Yeah, even my dad was like, "Are you gonna be okay?" And I was like, "Wow," because we heard there was a diesel shortage. I'm like, I don't think so. Yeah, the interstates are still moving. You'll know when the shelves start running out of Food Lion.
I think that it's just another cycle. This cycle is a little bit more extreme than the last ones, but I think it all plays into how they get people to, they crunch people financially and they get people to let go of their investments, so then they can pick them up cheap. I think it all plays into that whole cycle of how they want our coins. They want our crypto and stocks too, you know.
Yeah, I've known people over the last couple of years that cashed out their 401ks, and I mean, 50-year-olds. You know what I mean? Just to survive, like during all the lockdowns and everything. And it was like, that's a bad place to be. You know, you're working till you die. You know, you work unless something happens. You're working till you die now. You know, it's hard to
That's
start
so
over
true.
at 50, 55 years old and plan for retirement.
Pretty crazy. My heart goes out to everyone, the normies that have no clue about financial freedom. At the same time, I guess we all the
There's
pain
also
needs
like
to
a
get,
personal responsibility about that. I mean, I'm 50. I don't like the fact that people are suffering, but at the same time, I've taken that extra initiative and those extra steps not to come home and watch 6 hours of TV and learn about things and understand them
right.
and plan for them. You know what I mean? And plan around them.
Yeah, I agree with you. One needs to take personal responsibility for, educating it. Like, I believe that we only suffer because we haven't, basically because we don't know enough. And so, yeah, we definitely need to be seeking the truth and actively, and yeah, instead of just kind of being inebriated, and doing the 9 to 5, the rat race. The rat race is definitely real.
I think there's a wreck up here in this construction. So who was talking about the like there's I guess a licensing date for was it Uniswap V3 to where after that like it can be forked or something or nobody can fork it like May or something in 2023, and they were talking out their asses basically. But maybe that's what they're waiting for Pulse Chain, so they can fork that for the Pulse X when Pulse Chain launches. And do all the little add-ons.
Mic wasn't on, was it?
Yeah, we heard a goat. You should be arrested.
I answered a phone call after talking, and I'm like, the sound was a little weird, and then it changed. I'm like, I wonder if you guys heard everything I said.
Yeah. Every time I get a phone call, it just kicks me out of the group. Which is probably for the best.
Yeah, sounds good. All right, so we have a fellow member in this group, Jawa, who's a flat earther, and I'm just looking at Twitter here, and there's this I don't know what to believe, but it says there's an amazing telescope that lets you see New York from London's Tower Bridge, and I'm trying to fact check this thing if it's real.
Well, if it is, wouldn't there be like a flat earther in London that would shoot a laser to the flat earther in New York and they would confirm it on YouTube or something?
Think.
I mean, that'd be, you know.
Here we go. I found out what it is. Someone said this is in fact just a video transmission in real time. There are cameras and screens on both sides inside of it.
Gotcha. I'm gonna hack it and put like a scene from Harry Potter in it.
Cool. We're all just kind of waiting for this bear market to come to a completion, and yeah,
I'm thinking
I
it's gonna be
feel
like
like.
the second quarter of next year.
Well, okay. So, what's your definition of the bear market being done? Like the bottom being in, or
Like
actual upward trajectory?
upward. Like I don't know when we're gonna. I don't think we're gonna see anything positive happen. Well, I guess once you hit the bottom, you know what I mean. Like everything after that is positive. But I mean, I don't think like the public in general is gonna be positive until the news is like the stock market went up like 800 points today. You know what I mean? And they start
Yeah, I agree
dropping
with you. I
interest
think.
rates and stimulating everything, and then they pretty much
Yeah.
start the whole cycle all over again.
That's a fair guess as to when it would happen, but I think maybe like a bottom's gonna happen here soon, and
Maybe
then
after Christmas.
For Bitcoin, and it would be really great if Hex didn't create a new bottom when that happened, right?
Dude, as
That would
long
be
as
extremely bullish.
Hex is staying cheap and going down, you know what I mean? I'd love to get some 1 cent Hex.
With you on that, it doesn't. There's in no
I don't
way,
care right
shape, or
now
form will.
until everything starts going up. I don't care about the price of Hex. It can keep dropping. It can,
I hear you. It's just a buying opportunity, and I agree with
Yeah,
you.
I'm raking that
I'm
shit up like leaves in the fall.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's the way to be. Yeah, I just think that it is possible that Hex doesn't go down if the rest of the market goes down. And I don't say that because like I don't believe in Hex, like I know where it's freaking headed. And yeah, cheaper Hex would be better. But at the same time it would be great to launch this next bull market by going sideways when everything else gets wrecked.
Suppose Hex does drop to like 1 cent, and that's when everything turns around, and then it's like that low up to whatever the next high is, and it makes that thousands of 2, 3, 5,000 X, whatever it's gonna be, even bigger.
1000x from a penny would be $20. I definitely think we're going over $10 at least in this next bull market. But I got some crazy moon math that says like over $40 Hex, and that's like without even that's without even taking into account Hex and Hedron. I mean Hedron and Icosa.
You imagine the parties that's gonna be breaking out if it hits $1.
We're gonna.
I mean,
Yeah, I do, and we're gonna take over. We're taking over crypto. That's all there is to it. there's no doubt in my mind that Hex will be number one 2 bull markets from now. I mean, if you bought Hex on day one, you still 500x your money. That's awesome.
I bought the Hex on day 610. No, 609. I'm on day 609 hexagon.
I mean, once you get far enough out into the future, you know, the difference between being a day 1 hexagon and a day 600 hexagon, there's a difference, obviously, but like, it's not going to seem as big of a difference the further we are into the future.
I was looking at it like 5 or 10 years from now. It's like, oh yeah, you know, Hex is like the 3600. You know, 10. All right, after 10 years, it's the 3650th day of Hex, right? I'm like in that little group of people that's the triple digit guy, you know. Oh, you're one of those triple digit hexagons. Yeah, 609, man. Way back in the beginning, right? Like almost 2 years after it started.
Yeah, it's all relative. The beauty of Hex actually is that whales can't stay whales, right? That's definitely an improvement on Bitcoin. Like they're forced to become diluted.
Either got to throw more in it, or there's going to be a change in the guard.
That's the genius tokenomic.
So how much do you have to throw into like the Hedron stakes? Does it matter anymore with the bonus thing being gone?
I mean, the smart thing to do if you're wanting to compound your stakes is to make them small to where you're in the smallest pool, because there is no benefit to being in the larger pools. And then you can, if you want to, you can then compound your interest with all your smaller stakes, and still have like a longer stake that you've locked in your share rate to that you don't touch, kind of thing.
Gotcha. So that'd be like the 30-day stakes, the 90-day. Like, what's the range? Or you gotta wait till then to figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, you can just type it. You can type it in, and they'll figure it out. But there's an equation. It's like, you know, whatever times the hex rate, whatever. I don't technically. I just cheat and I just put it in and I find out. But you know, let them do the calculation for me. But yeah, with Hedron, it's what 30. It's 30. No, it's trying to remember what it is. It's 30 days, 60 days. Now I'm forgetting, but Icosa is definitely longer. It's like 90, 180, 270, and 360. Yeah. Basically calculates it at the time.
Yeah, I think
And
I
yeah,
got
you
like
can run numbers.
70 something days left on my Hedron stake.
I still have some liquid Hedron left that I'm just hoping. I saw there was a really good deal on auctions the other day, and I think that's a sign of things to come. I think people are running out of their Hedron, and there's going to be better, bigger discounts in the auctions, and I'm kind of maybe right before the next big wave where people that staked, you know, their stake is serving its minimum. Maybe right before then, that'll be the best. That'll be a second chance for me to kind of try to nab some up, but wasn't an easy decision, you know, because meanwhile there's all this yield happening that I'm not taking a part of. So in some of my stack.
Yeah, well, you know, you got different portions allocated for different things, so they're doing their job.
Yep, this is the
That's
best.
the hard part. It's actually making a plan and sticking to it. That's one of my
Yeah,
plans
but
is just get it and stake everything. Like I don't even try
there
to
you go.
play around with it.
There you go. Yeah, no, that's Richard Hart's even pointed out that tends to be the most winning strategy that you can take, which is basically stake and chill.
Y'all did get
Sure
me
is less
thinking because
stressful.
I hadn't even considered buying any of the Wattses or anything that were on the auction, but y'all got me thinking about that. So I was like, I might go look for some little ones. That and just to get an understanding about how to do it because I haven't even looked at the auction site.
Pretty cool, but just make sure you choose for the auctions to load 5 at a time, because there was some like indexing slowdowns or something if you do more than that, right? And then you got to make sure like your computer time is correct, but I think it's time dot. Alex shared the link. I forget what it is, where you can check the timing on your computer and make sure it's correct, because you know that all plays into the timing of the auctions. Hey, nice talking to you. I gotta get back to my my book work, but have a great day, brother.
All right, you too, man. Take care.